I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
I don't know what it is right now. I'm trying to change the channel trailer, you know, for my channel. And every single time I try to do it with my phone, it's not trying to take. I try to do it from the laptop, all of a sudden it shuts down on me. The freaking PlayStation, that one's just slow regardless. I'm not even gonna trust that one. Alright. Go to my own channel real quick. I'm gonna try it again from the laptop in a second. I was gonna stream Xenoverse earlier, but I feel like with all this new stuff coming out for Genshin, and I still haven't done one of the main story quests, well, I need to do that. I put off on it for quite some time, so I'm gonna do 2 more of the I'll call it reputation quests like bounties. Then I pretty much have to do this event, because last time an event was here was Wind Trace, and I didn't really participate in it too much for a couple of reasons. One of which, what's up? But yeah, one of which is because I kept getting invited to other games, especially Breakers, so I didn't have a chance. Plus, I didn't want to play hide and seek in 2 different games. I mean, 2.5 is because you literally had a passive of which you were completely invisible in this thing, so you could literally be tailing the person, and you would never know where they are. Hold on. I swear to God they planned this. Every single time I'm about to stream, I get called for something. How long have I been streaming for? 2 minutes? Oh. Okay, I'm back. Apologize for that. You're like, where you gonna stream Breakers again? Just that. Okay, here's the thing. I would be, but I played that earlier. Didn't want to, but I kept getting called about it. So I played that for a little bit. I haven't streamed Genshin in a little bit. The last time I did was Expo the Bears, a couple other stuff. And besides, in a game like Breakers, like, I don't know, like, sometimes I'm a bit suspicious if people stream snapping, like, knowing where I am at all times. So like, this game is more so cooperative unless you're playing the card game. And in Xenoverse, barely anybody follows me over there because they know I'm gonna give them a fight. Wait, I didn't... Oh. Oh, I already... Yeah. I forgot I set the one. Mainly because I went over here and all of a sudden, like, I called to do something. So while this is going on, I'm going to try to get the other channel trailer that I made very recently, which is like today, as the main channel trailer on my channel, because right now it's still the other one from 2022. I've been trying to switch it, but everything has literally stopped me from doing so. Laptop shutting down, the phone won't show like where I'm supposed to go, and then the PlayStation 4, needless to say for other people, it's kind of slow, at least for me. This guy's gonna do a dang thing wrong.
Mine to command. Not
You
now.
are not well like lamb to the slaughter.
Well, just because you're immune to ice doesn't necessarily mean that I'm gonna melt on you. Here.
Verdict is...
You thought, didn't you? I'm beating this character. Can't beat D-Luke. How about, like, if you were a boss character and everybody was dead, then yeah, maybe. Okay. Just had to send a mini emoji in the Discord just to let them know that I was in there. Alright, who's next? Geodim sword wielding characters. I don't like I need any Geodim for this guy. Where are you? Okay. Just fly down. Please. Again, as for the card game, I know since someone got me doing it on serious difficulty, something tells me I might have to do that off stream, make different videos, because like I don't know. That one I'm still thinking about, whether I'm gonna stream those or not. I know it's gonna take a long time for me to do. And unrelated to that, well, no, actually no, it is related to Genshin. There was there was a poll somebody made where they were like, who are you pulling for? It's one of the 4 characters. It was Yelan, Hu Tao, Al-Haytham, and Shao. Shao, Hu Tao, Yelan, and Al-Haytham. People somehow, some way voted for Shao more than Al-Haytham, and I'm just confused because that character dies every single time I see him. Like, it doesn't fail.
Stars, shine for me.
Wind Strider.
Time for retribution!
The night is cold.
Okay, and then I can pretty much just accept these, despite the fact this is pretty much useless. I just accept these anyway. Okay, so we still have this one to do. I have 8 days until the next battle pass period. Basically means I can get another couple of wishes on this event. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I'm going to put up a banner or not. It's very unlikely I'm going to pull it on these other banners. I really want Yelan. I want Al-Haytham, but I gotta wait. I'll switch the channel trailer later. It's not showing right now because right now I'm live. Again, they're literally giving every which way, like they're trying to stop me from putting that as a new channel trailer. Again, I didn't know that because like again. Alright, let's see here. I don't even need to do this one anyway. I already got all three. So now I just need to do this event that I haven't done yet. It says I need to equip something. Where is it? Here. I need to go over to Mossack. Again, like, if I do everything early and have enough time, then maybe I'll either play Breakers or maybe I'll play Xenoverse. But right now my focus is getting this event and the story done. Because as I said previously, I wanted to do Wind Trace, but I had my fill of hide and seek from Breakers because I kept getting invited over there. And I do not like waiting 3-4 minutes each and every single time with shorter shorter rooms to work with. Actually, you know, if I'm right here, I can go ahead and make one condensed resin. Why not? I'll use that later. Only because I'm leveling up one artifact right now. It's not very good. If it buffs anything but crit damage again, then the next time I get something else, then requires the Wilderness Compass. Jump height, wind current, search radius. This is a okay. Well, let's try this then. Did I miss anything? I saw your channel trailer video. No, you didn't miss anything. But as for the channel trailer one, yeah, I'm trying to make that the official channel trailer for my channel, but for some reason, it's not letting me do so. I'm trying to find the option to change it, and right now I really can't change it because right now it says I'm streaming. Like, but yeah, that challenge show I did, that one took a little bit. It took some time getting that one done.
Time to go. Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Hey man, can this just be set the entire time or something? Okay, never mind. Where are the last balloons at? Buyback cell. Oh! They've been marked. Wait, what? I mean, they've been marked. Oh, on the map. So I was gonna guess down in the back like a bit. But yeah, that fight back cell, yeah, it's not very like it's just not cell 0 right now. However, speaking of breakers, there is, I believe, I think 3, if not 4 more videos that will be coming out either tomorrow or the day after, depending on when I want to say. Well, like, just whether or not I'm on, really. Usually my brother's on playing War Combat or Fortnite or something. But, you know, whenever I get the chance to, I will try to upload those. I might even upload those after this particular stream. Because one of them's like each and every one of the Breakers videos I try to do pre-recorded, I try to make less than 15 minutes. I don't want to learn, I don't want it to be like Xenoverse, whereas when I'm doing stuff, like, it usually takes about a good hour because of all the nonsense that's in it.
Which should I choose?
I wonder if that'll happen for Frieza, Fat Boo, Popovich. Oh, Frieza's gonna get his, kind of. Fat Boo, it didn't end well for him either. And Spopovich, yeah, he came across me earlier today too. It didn't end well for him. Okay, good. I can. So that's 80 primo gems right there. Do these four, then that would be a total of 80 times 5. Okay, so around 400 primo gems. So now we gotta go to this one. Why is this way over here on this boat? You know, hold on. Finding balloons over a boat? It's never gonna happen for Super Boo or Kid Boo. For Super Boo, I don't. It's just like with Super Boo. In order to beat him, there has to be a level 3 or anybody with a stun type move, and then you just have to punch him, and then they have to get him to use his evasive, which is I think what, angry shot or something like that. Because as long as you do that, as long as everybody just uses super attacks like at the same time, you should be able to drain his health pretty fast. I mean, now I never say anything about it being easy. That's just the most reliable strategy in order to beat him. That or doing the one strategy, whereas you get him in the a cave and you use something like full power energy blast volley. Because that move, when done correctly, does probably even more than super electric strike. But again, you have to be in a cave. All these charges, because charges slowly, charges quickly. Okay. I mean, I'm not really gonna switch any of these. But yeah, like Kid Buu is never gonna happen where you can't tell Kid Buu to fight, but only one person can stand a chance against him, and even then, like he usually just blows everything up in the vicinity anyhow, so. Where am I? All around this boat. 40 of them. Like, this event is relatively easy. But still. That doesn't mean that there's no chance you can mess up. I was like, me though I got Kazo, so I got a little bit of an extra jump in case I mess up somewhere. Yeah, so rain. Yeah. That's not even including the fact that he could literally like drain your entire change meter with just a couple of like key blasts. Like it takes him nothing. What the? Stop climbing. Oh, the road over here anyway. What the? Oh. I feel like it's above me. Try that again. Hold on. It was probably the most common sense area too. That's the worst part. And another thing, speaking of breakers, I feel like the one thing that they probably need to change is the camera angle when Cell is doing his like special move to blow up an area, because his field of vision sucks in that game.
Follow the wind.
Like Freeze's is way better, and then Boo's just take absolutely no effort because he's Boo.
Wind strider.
Oh shoot, I forgot. I had an extra jump height.
Time to go. Follow the wind.
Wait, that's much bigger. I don't know what that attempt was last time. Okay. And where's this one? Okay. While this is happening, I guess I got a notification on YouTube. Let me see this real quick. It's good drawing, 10 out of 10. I'm gonna just like and heart that one. I appreciate that. That one took a little bit too, but then again, it could have been posted so much sooner, but I was just procrastinating. Okay. But yeah, now that that's pretty much done, there's a lot of stuff I can delete now from the capture gallery.
Follow the wind.
What the? Why is? That's better. It's like all around the city, isn't it? Two. A lot of balloons, I swear.
Follow the wind.
Those community posts. Just by yeah. I was gonna do it for other YouTubers, but I figured for that particular post I wanted to do my own characters. Like for the other one, like I'll probably do like some other pose for them, maybe the official end game one. So last one I missed blending in with all this yellow over here. One, two, three, four. I guess I gotta go up here. 7, 8.
Time to go.
Alright. Again, I would have been doing these the days of, but I figured, like, since I was doing a lot of stuff on Breakers, I can get this all done in a single swoop while streaming. And plus, an event like this, I ain't really got it anyway. Alright, what's it? Why is it gonna load? We can PlayStation 4. I barely even use these, so I'll just put this one on. But I barely ever use any of the buffs the way that they give you, because again, I have Kazuha. You can just pretty much double jump. There was something else I had in mind. I just forget what it was. But again, like I said earlier, for those who missed it, like I am trying to get everything done in this game as fast as possible. If there is enough time, then it's likely that I would transition to either Breakers, or I would transition over to Xenoverse with the raid, because that one is Topo. Stuff down there too, okay. I know for a fact I didn't get all of them up here yet, so.
Time to go.
Oh, I think now I can jump down there. I know there's other people on the road probably we could speed ran this in probably like 30 seconds or something. What kind of wind current is this? Literally the worst wind current in the game. It literally just put me under a bridge. But yeah, that one's done. And where's the last one at? Probably in no, never mind. For a second, that'd be in Inazuma. I say like there was like one in, so because there was one in Mondstadt, one over there in that boat in Lewa, and then all of a sudden it was like nothing but Sumuro afterwards. I really don't need that. I got Chi-Chi on the team. Despite the fact I really don't even need this team active right now. I'm only using this team because Chi-Chi and Lila need their friendships to 10. Both of theirs are at like 8 if I remember correctly.
Follow the wind.
Again, this doesn't matter. I have Kazuha. I don't need to be doing this in record time anyway. I just need to get this done. Alright, so this is just a... So this is just me making my way all the way down the stairs. And then just zip line back up. So I go back up the stairs. But yeah, this one is probably the easiest of the bunch. Like why they like how and why they managed to make the last one the easiest is beyond me, but I'll take it. What the?
One with nature.
Stay in your dang lane. See what happens when you fight D-Luke and Kazuha? Well, it's like that could have been avoided.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Into the wind. One with nature.
Testing my patience. Gotcha. We'll meet again.
Okay, so that. Now go back to this. Bit details. I just got a lot of more out of this. That was what? That was 80k more a time, and that was around 40. That was around 400k more.
With you next time.
Which lands me at how many Primo Gems? Okay, that lands me at that much. Like, I would wish on this one, because I don't think I have mass constellations for any of these characters. Especially riding Shogun, since I don't even have her. The others I already have, and the weapons I don't need. Oh yeah, it's just for Dory. Never mind. Alright, I gotta accept this stuff so I can get the friendships up by a little bit, if I didn't do it already yet. Oof. So how long do we have until the next season for Breakers? I kind of forget. It's got to be around like 2-3 weeks, right? That's just my assumption. Again, I really haven't been paying attention that much.
This route. If you ever...
Around 1-2 weeks? Okay. That just makes me wonder if there are any recent trailers or any gameplay stuff for Grade 8 Vegeta, because again, I know nothing about him right now. All I saw was the one trailer about a month and a half ago, if not 2 months ago, where it showed him in like the dark background and everything. But that was the only mention I really saw of him. Everything else has been left to speculation with me. I did not mean to do that. Alright, time to go to Sumeru and stop ducking this particular quest. No, actually no. Wait. One more thing. I ain't gonna do this one. After this one, then I'll do the quest. Again, I have the condensed resin. I want to use it before I forget. Then again, I really won't. But I do want to get this out of the way now, so I don't have to do it later. Because something tells me if I do it later, I'm going to wind up helping out a bunch of randoms, and that's going to take a long time. The other thing I need to do is, I need to copy something to my flash drive. It's the picture of my character in Xenoverse. The reason why is because I remember that the fashion show thing was still going on, and I really haven't been doing anything with that because, again, like any other thing, I've just been procrastinating on it. It's like I tell myself I'm gonna do it today, and I never really do. Wait, why am I in cold? Oh, because it's a bit freaking... Hold on, no, stop. Return to single player. Because even at the event that I would try to get the Archon quest out of the way, I wouldn't even be able to go over there because of the like online thing. So the same way. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, just again. But I do want to do that though. I'm just wondering who I want to put in there, either Lauren or Ada. Sakura doesn't really need one. Though again, I wouldn't be like all the outfits I do like. I've even done stuff on apps and drawn how it's supposed to look from other games as well. But I do want to get a character in the fashion show because when I first saw it last time, the first fashion show for Xenoverse, when it was like exclusive like Asia or whatever, I thought to myself like, yeah, I've seen other people's outfits who are better than this one. So yeah, I was telling myself I should be able to do that. It's just as long as I manage my time right.
Not now.
Yeah, see, like what she says. It's not now.
Don't be scared.
That's usually me when I do this.
Orders given. Orders received. Cold, mine to command.
As one with wind and cloud. Time to go.
Where are you? You're way over here.
Go.
Time for retribution.
Wind strider.
Out of here. That's a pretty wishful think. I think you're gonna up and beat D-Luke. And hold on. I got time notifications again. Alright, that's better. Alright, what'd I get? Okay, it has problems as long as it has crit damage on the bottom. I don't know. I'll keep it for now. Mainly for anybody who doesn't have a certain thing. But this one is health based. Still, I feel like to set me up with the Yolanda thing because she's health based. A lot of the characters that were winners at fashion shows that had to call my mind. I've seen CAC's a better outfits than that. I was the exact same way. Now, the reason why I didn't say mine was better than that because, I didn't want to sound, like mine was better than anybody else's. But I have seen ones whereas, like, they put more... I can't even say time or effort because, it's just a select few. Some people who won, it was literally just outfits that, like, I don't know. But I do want to get that done. Like, whether it be today or tomorrow, I will try to get that done. And I can take this thing out now because I no longer need this. But yeah, like, it's like, again, I don't know, what else to do, but the thing is, like, I do have pictures, I think it's of Ada, whereas it's her, like, red, black, and, like, golden, like, outfit, like her first one, but it's actually edited and shifted to where it shows both the front and the back, and then I can always just add, like, a pose or something. Unfortunately, none of those clothes are censored. Which to me, as you already heard me say multiple times, is the dumbest thing in the universe. Don't include stuff if you're just going to censor it. Either go all in or not at all. No. I will take this one out. Maybe for the physical damage one. Right now, Amber has it. She's not keeping it. But it's like, I'm only putting it on there to see if it has crit damage in it. If it does, then it'll definitely be kept. If not, then it's going away. It's being kept. Now it just needs to buff the right things. Crit rate and crit damage. No flat attack. No mastery. If I'm going for a physical character, I'm not going for mastery. The only time I could go for something like that is probably like Cookie or something like that, whose attack is scaled off how much mastery she has. The animation for Charming Pose also first level 4 transfers. Huh. Well, I wasn't aware of that. Mainly because I never put on Charming. Just doesn't, I just don't think it would fit any of my characters lore-wise. Even then, like, Go-Go Gum and After Image for my character isn't exactly lore-wise either, but I don't have Go-Go Gum either, but I do have After Image. Now, and the reason why I have After Image right now instead of the barrier is simply because the barrier's cooldown is way too long, and it can't be used when I'm getting comboed. So basically, if somebody goes for a melee attack, I can just use After Image and just like use like the special attack right then and there. Get a little bit of space from them. So that's like I've been doing that, and for the most part nowadays it's been working. But let's say like, it just took a little bit of a test to see if I can cancel After Image, to which I could. I just couldn't cancel it to other like rocket launchers and stuff. I had to use another passive in order to get out of it. Both your favorite transfers have that? Yeah, like I do remember that males and females, yeah, their poses were different with Charming. The last thing I want to see is some male CAC doing the Boma Charming pose like her way. It's already bad enough. We already got male characters with freaking like Vidal's outfit on. Still. Yeah, male Frieza 7 flexing muscles. It is at least a different aura, is it? Not a heart aura? Or I'm guessing it's probably just a heart aura. I mean, if they have them moving like Power Pole Pro when they're on Flying Nimbus, then I doubt they're going to change something like that.
Come on, serious
Yes,
suggestions,
the hearts, yeah.
please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person.
Right. See, that's like me having all the quote-unquote facts on Bigfoot. We already know dang well he don't exist.
I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm
say,
interested in getting to the bottom of
that
all
or
this.
like the Loch Ness
That's
monster.
the only reason I came to you.
Like that's all opinion based. That's all hearsay. There's no concrete facts, whatever. So people have like shows about that type of stuff. You know you can't believe it.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma. Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here's just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Only in the Breakers, the whole breaking character thing. Like, but yeah, like for Breakers, as I've said about that game before, that game still has a lot of opportunity. Now, that's just the thing though. Because you already know when Grid 8 Vegeta comes out, the game's going to have to update, and then there's very likely going to be some patch notes, which basically means they're going to have to switch a couple of things, whether it be nerfs or buffs for the survivors and raiders. The only thing I would want to see, I guess, nerfed, I guess? I don't know, maybe something in regards to Boo's stomach. Like, that's one I want to see. The other one is that there's something else. I think it was regarding cooldown drinks, because I could have sworn I said something about cooldown drinks also reducing the cooldown of your like abilities by like a few seconds. Because I know some people will want to use like after image or something like what was it? Like the barrier. I mean, even though one ability, that Saiyan pod, that takes 150 seconds.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
No more survivor nerfs. The raiders been winning more enough times. Yeah, that's why I said that the survivors need some sort of buff the next time that is up. No, also that's what I was thinking of. Kind of. The other thing I was hoping for is that when launch is in the game. I'm saying if. I'm not saying when. It's not concrete yet. They haven't really announced it. But if she is in the game, I hope that her ability will involve something about like your square button, like with a gun, actually does some damage or something. Again, that's just a wish of mine, since you know she's more of a gun-based character. Same thing with someone like Mai, maybe even her.
Alright,
Me winning under 6 minutes is so much for however Frieza is more enough to prove it.
Editorial direction for the first draft.
This
I
is
have
the
a
thing,
feeling that
like,
the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper.
because that's the thing, that if you're able to go full sweat mode with Cell and beat everybody in less than 6 minutes, then a character like Frieza or Boo would actually take even less time. Because even to me, Frieza and Boo are considered cheaper than Cell. Cell has his annoying moments, but Frieza could literally guard the escape time machine. And yes, it has been proven, even earlier when I was off stream, Frieza literally camped in one area and was able to pretty much guard every time machine from A through E. Yes, A, B, C, D, and E. He was able to pretty much look at all those for the span of 2 minutes, and I was just sitting there. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be like this the entire time. I was about to say, I was about to like use the bathroom and come back. I know nothing would have changed, but
If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade.
But take it of it now. I would say one of the things they should be able to do, like one thing you should be able to do, for I guess like a nerf or a buff or something like that, depending on how you see it, I would say that the survivor should be able to use certain attacks to hurt or, you know, like Zarbon Dodoria or something like that, because I do know that when they're usually guarding time machines, you really can't do anything. But I feel like if you would have hit him out of the way, then it would at least blind him a little bit. Or you can either just extend how much time, like the cooldown is, or just have not on the field as long. Because people are literally able to cycle Zarbon and Dodoria even when on the field to the point where it'll be like Zarbon out there and you can just keep sending him over and over. So I feel like whether it's a increased cooldown or they're not on the field as long, it could actually be a little bit of a game changer for people who try to do that camping technique with Frieza. Because again, despite the fact that I do pick Frieza the majority of the time, he can be annoying.
But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger. Someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kinda fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office.
I had
He
no
looked into
Captain
it for me,
Sawada, so
and I
I
can
get
now
to get you.
confirm that all the aforementioned individuals
You know,
did,
I knew that
in
name.
fact,
You know,
live in
I knew that
Inazuma
name looked
over
familiar.
400 years ago.
We talk about that Street Fighter movie.
Even back then,
Honestly, I knew that name was
Tatarasuna was
familiar.
already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Wait, so there are two missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's
Yep.
more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
He didn't do much in the movie. Yeah, he didn't really do anything in the movie. But from what I remember, they gave him I guess a slightly unique moveset in Street Fighter, the movie, the game. And then for some reason they put Unbalanced Akuma in there like he needed to be in the game, despite the fact he didn't appear in the movie.
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff.
I
That
know I
makes
do.
things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light
You
of
know,
everything else going on around that time,
Actually, you know what?
it
Hold
makes
on.
you wonder
Well, this
whether
is
it's all
like-
connected somehow.
You know, it's funny because recently, like I'd say about a day or two ago, I remember me and my brother were talking about this particular movie off stream, and I was thinking to myself, I do like Jean-Claude Van Damme, but the thing is, it's like they had the most non-English speaking person at that time playing the most American person in Street Fighter. Like, the man literally has like USA tattoos on both of his shoulders.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left
I don't
out
play
the
Street
biggest
Fighter, the
detail of
movie, the
all.
game. Okay, so you just saved a lot of your time. But I assume everyone, including Kuma, has the same health. It's likely. I don't know. I haven't really paid attention too much to the game. All I usually see are like bad reviews of it. Maybe in the future I'll look up like a task run or something just to see, or see two people playing two-player. But if a character like Akuma has the same health as everybody else, with him having like pretty much like infinite like combos or broken moves, then yeah, not much to say about that.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
A puppet?
Akuma has the same health as everyone else in Tekken 7. I mean, as well as he should. Like, can you imagine like if he actually got caught once with like any of Paul's like down forward punches? Like, that would be like half his health right there. People would literally just spam that against him. People are already spamming now, but still. It's like, with Akuma, I mean, I do remember pre-patch he was the most, one of the most annoying people to deal with. He got a couple of nerfs. Again, I didn't really fight Akuma pre-patch. The only time I fought him was, I don't know, I think it was a little bit after the patch. And somebody was just spamming Hadouken the entire time. That's already another video on Tekken. I was just sitting there disappointed. And the next time I do play Tekken, as I said in the past, it will likely be streamed. It's just the fact that when we try to put certain games in the extended storage, it tries to act like it's corrupted and everything, and we have to re-download it all over again. That's the only reason why I haven't played Tekken, because I've been trying to do that, and that was happening. Fortunately, it was able to recognize it, I think 2 if not 3 days ago. So I'll probably do something with that. Also, I can probably play some other games as well, and no, it's not going to be Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm looking at it right now, because every single time my brother tries to put that game in the extended storage always has a always has a stroke, and I have to re-download everything again. And that didn't happen once or twice. It happened like 4 times.
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
No! Wyman just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
And that's the other thing thinking of it now, because like there are other characters in Tekken nowadays that have projectiles, and even then, if Akuma had okay, first of all, this is a long read. Second, if he actually did have a health bar similar to that of like Street Fighter 2 or any other game where he has a lowered health bar, he would be screwed, especially when he fights people like Negan and Noctis.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
I don't want to read all this. Jesus Christ. I mean, yes, they took a lot of time into making this and everything with all this stuff, but there's no way I'm reading all this to stream. I'm just going to skim through it, and I'm going to move on.
Sawada was
about to lie. I usually treat that kind of text like the terms and services of PlayStation and YouTube.
I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
I never quite heard that phrase, but Paimon's actually right. You can't just make up facts. That's not how a non-fiction thing works. I mean, yeah, you can say based off a true story, whereas you get some stuff wrong, but this one you're trying to make it so as this is all true. You can't just make up stuff on the fly.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay!
Alright, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Why don't you just ask Nahida? Isn't she like... Oh no, she's very knowledgeable with this stuff like this.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it? Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Oh look, that's him right there.
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like... the balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
So one in the console versions of the Street Fighter movie game has one of the most WTF supers I've ever seen. Again, I'm gonna have to look at it. I do know that that's a lot. I'm gonna look at it again. Okay, actually, first off, before I do any more of this, let me switch teams. Because again, this team is only like the friendship team. Because all I need is these two left. So Hazel, got a new child for the arrows, Bennett for the healing, Eula for the damage. I mean, granted, I have two damage dealers. In fact, no, all of them are damage dealers. I'm technical about it, but they have to be balanced at least. The only one where you kind of differentiate between the two, I think, is probably what's his name? I guess Hazel. Only because like it's sort of a tie as to whether or not I pick him or Kazuha, since I like them both.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are.
I was like, I already saw his cape.
Nahida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public.
Don't worry, he's like to the left of you.
Did he escape or... Ah, it's him!
Yes.
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey, what are you doing in the sanctuary of Surastana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
I mean, at the event that we just whoop him again. I say, like, like, again, like, freaking Nahida here isn't even a fighter and he lost to her.
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
I mean, we be whooping your behind week after week, so...
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets.
Actually, let me put this on autoplay because I need to check something on YouTube. I'm gonna look at that special.
Wait a second. Farmer?
I'm gonna look at that just so why the special myself was happening.
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living
Okay,
beings.
so
And
basically,
you said you need protection.
some
So,
fighter
why
mech
not
and
join
stuff
forces
before
with
fighter mech
us?
even existed. It was funny. Like, I'm looking at the comments right now for this one. I'm not even done with it. Like, the video it's like 30 seconds in. I don't know if it's even gonna show it. I don't know if it's even gonna show it, but there was a comment on my mom like, can I get Street Fighter? I said we got Street Fighter at home. I think you already know how
I
it
think
goes.
these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you?
Someone said my
And
eyeballs
they're
are
your
crying.
friends.
Someone
So
said,
I
oh my
guess
eye,
you'll
why
be
did Captain
siding
get this
with
given a
them.
passing grade?
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run.
Someone said it
Where
was
we
a
go
bad
from
movie
here
and
will
the game was
depend on how
worse.
well
Nice
we manage to
thumbnail.
cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good.
What?
Go now, and keep in touch.
So, Akuma is out here throwing rainbow fireballs.
Are you serious about this? Yes.
Yeah, these boring soldiers or
have my
whatever. You know,
reasons
hold
for
on.
this
I'm gonna just send a link to what I'm watching right now. You'd have to
I'm
skip it to
largely
about
doing it for your benefit.
like 40, 50 seconds in order to even get to it. Hold on. Well, I'm not sure if this is the video that you already watched on Saturday, but this is the one I was watching while this cutscene was going on.
As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him.
he can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
Let's see here. I meant the one with the one that kind of does a T-pose and charges out the opponent. Wait, hold on. Okay, I see a link. All super moves, okay. I'll let this autoplay while this ad is going on for another 8 seconds.
Suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Jesus Christ, the hunters is weak. And then Bars is incredibly strong. Speaking of that movie, Borg is not a good guy. I don't know why they made that. Because, I don't know why they made it like that.
Wow.
They also made DJ work for Bison as well.
Here compared to last time.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Colors are gentler.
No, not now, Paimon. Hold on. No, rewind.
At peace now.
Because that was a Sawada one. Give me a second. That, it just seems unfinished. What was that? So what does he do? Yell at you? Like, does he smell bad? Like, why is he doing that?
You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru.
I'm about to say, like, that special reminds me of kind of like those like PlayStation 2 wrestling games where you're literally creating finishers or creating taunts and you're not finished with it quite yet. That's what it reminded me of.
Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
Just in case.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
I was like, I probably should have picked the Traveler for this one. That would make more sense as well. I just don't know why I haven't been picking the Traveler as much as I used to. But yeah, there's some fighting maker stuff right there. I just have to look at that comment again. It just wasn't finished.
Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something.
You know, actually, thank you, Guy, for reminding me of the tree. So basically, I think when the new update comes out, I can actually put more of the Sumeru, like, sigils, like the dendro sigils in the tree. You actually get more awards.
Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Oh, calm down, you.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Where am I gonna go?
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
So I'm supposed to walk without touching these. Oh, never mind. It disappears by itself.
It looks the same in every direction. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
We're the ones with nothing to do. Paimon, you said we. You literally over the past 2 years have done nothing but cheerlead. What do you mean we? You mean the travelers with nothing to do, not you.
Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
I don't think she needed to do a hand gesture when she was talking in her mind, but you know.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into 2 people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the guy could just ask her.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
You know what I say, like, what they're doing is just hearsay and just making up facts. Like, this person here, Nahida, or Leslie Custonalia, is literally the god of wisdom. And she made herself publicly known, like, not very long ago.
Oh? How interesting. Those 2 managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gesse got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you 3 are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
Oh, shut your Joseph up.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
You know, you were really paranoid. I'm about to say, like, that's literally equivalent of you right now. Like going into like a private conversation about anything, and I assume that's about me.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
See here, console Sawada with the super. I'm good now. Yeah, I was about to say, because we did that super. It's like, I don't know if he was yelling, or if it was like bad body odor. He was just running up on you or something. He was doing damage. Like, I don't know if he was trying to go for a hug. Like I'm trying to do so, but I know it's not finished. Like, and they actually could have put some of that time and effort into making another game, but they decided to capitalize on the Street Fighter movie game, which they already knew wasn't going to turn out well. And then they just kept adding characters that had no business being in there, like Akuma wasn't in the movie. They had like the 3 or 4 soldiers that worked for Shadowloo, who are just as boring as the next. And then there was Sawada with a... I can't even say original moveset because I don't know what the heck that was. And then there was, Dawson, I guess? He didn't even do anything in the movie. I don't even know why he's in there. And then Blanca, he didn't really do anything either. Oh. Another thing. Freaking Street Fighter movie while I'm on the subject. They act like Charlie was captured during the Blanca. That's not even the case. Blanca's name is Jimmy. It's not Charlie Nash.
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Whoa!
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are
This guy literally has the exact same haircut as Kazuha.
Kazuha. They are motivated.
Oh, I guess this guy literally has the same haircut as Kazuha, only his hair color is brown here while Kazuha is like white.
As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown. All passing on their legacy.
Yeah, speaking of crystal marrow, can you explain to me why Aloy, a Horizon Zero Dawn guest character in this game, has to use that to level up as a character, despite the fact that Inazuma is pretty much the equivalent of Japan, which I'm very sure she's far from. But I say, like, they could have just had her with, like, you should have been able to level her up through Mondstadt stuff, not Inazuma. Because maybe you have to go through Mondstadt, then leave within Inazuma. And Inazuma didn't even come out until much later. And speaking of Aloy, for those who don't have her now, you're likely not going to have her ever because that was more of a limited time thing. Can't really get her right now. It's just that's no longer in the mailbox. But maybe in the future they'll add more characters. And at the event they do add one, I want to see Devil May Cry character in here, or Raiden from Metal Gear Solid.
Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into
this
this
is via
trade looks
Fontaine
to find their
character.
purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own.
Hold on.
At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed.
Let me wait till this ends.
He sold it to me. And now, every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique.
Okay. So here's what I'm about to say. I was about to say, if you wanted to do a video with the, what will I call it? Like, remember those, like, leg day movesets or like wrestler movesets? Like, if you want to go for a Sawada moveset, all you do is wall of defense. Yeah, that or some sort of move where he sticks his arms out. Like super explosive wave.
Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here
Because I don't know what the heck that was. I was still on that, just so you know that.
I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I see if notifications are there. I see one, but it's likely that one chat. Yeah, they have a message sent.
What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope, but that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
Well, it's not small no more what I'm looking at.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichiyo, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked.
Okay, kind of related to this game, but that was thinking about a furnace and how somebody had to go in there to implement some sort of virus. I was thinking about Metal Gear Solid 4. There was even a parody as to why Old Snake was even going through that little microwave hallway, because that wasn't even his job to even put all the stuff in there. It was from like the Mark III the Archon had. Alright, enough of that.
I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
Wait, so he never had his back turned to him the whole time he was talking?
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
Well, you look very NPC-ish to be a Fatui Harbinger. I thought you'd have like a distinct look on him.
The Fatui? Who? What
But then
do you
again, I
want?
already recognized the voice for a little bit.
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa. Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore. Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine? But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dotori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
I'm sorry, where do I go? So wait a while. Oh, that one's got wait.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright?
Yeah, that's a very good thing to ask him after all that stuff he just saw.
That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time. I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me. Give me your hand.
That's not a question, that's kind of a demand, but whatever.
Can you hear my voice inside your head? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past? Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me. So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here. Even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Yeah, after this particular cutscene, if I get a chance to, I need to switch characters from maybe Hazel to the Traveler. But mainly because, you know, Traveler is of course the main character of the story, and I don't need two DPS characters at the same time. Granted, it helps, but something tells me I need a little extra. Give it time. All the text we need to load up first. Then we can discuss this.
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before? He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life! It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it. So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Ooh, Paimon's so confused. Huh? Ah! Sorry, Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress. But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable! Is that really possible in Irminsul? Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh! Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too? There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes, cream stew, sauteed matsutake, and Dragon chili chicken, almond tofu, satisfying salad. Oh, Also, Adeptus Temptation, Golden Shrimp Balls, Triple Layered Consomme, Lotus Seed and Bird Egg Soup, and... What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again? The Balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though.
Sorry, I had to use this reaction for something.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said? So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something. Okay, sure. Where are we going? Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Okay. That's an additional 5 Primo Gems. Let this not do anything, but it will help even if it's by a little bit. Let's see here. Okay, Goku's on. I've been with you for a long time. He must be on mobile right now. Does it say his name on like it's not blue right now. Game stuff is on 42. So it's very likely I'm probably gonna have to help him later, depending on the situation. Alright. Despite the fact that this guy didn't do much of anything, I need him out anyway. Actually, let me do like this. I'll put it on the first team, since that's usually the main story team.
Just what will we come across this time?
Come on, don't keep me waiting.
And
I'll
you.
scout ahead.
I'll bring my seasonings.
I need to give her some better stuff. I shouldn't be cheating to travel like that. She used to have everything, but then, you know, there was a bunch of other artifacts I needed or wanted. Now she doesn't have two 2-piece sets or a 4-piece set. She only has one 2-piece set right now. Right now I'm... Okay, good, Dendro, okay. Making sure. Go to Inazuma. So I gotta check.
We made it to Amanoma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh, now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then too. It seems like such a shame.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well. My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon.
Well, don't call a person a traveler for nothing.
On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
I'm not walking over there.
This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say? Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although, he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you.
If you keep talking the same pace you are, this stream is going to end up being like 6 hours.
I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
Jesus Christ, you talk slow. It's like every old person in Inazuma has like decades worth of dialogue to say to the traveler.
I mean it. Whenever the Commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away.
I say, like, freaking Toma, Ayato, and Ayaka are all gonna get back by the time you're done talking.
Has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here.
Okay, I'm checking notifications. Alright.
Say it's because Toma is a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention.
Yeah, neglected to mention that tomorrow freaking day is coming out. Thanks for taking so long when you're talking.
It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato
If you have
away.
If you have another 3 lines of dialogue, I'm skipping on your dialogue, so you know that. You better wrapping this up.
As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company. Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great.
No, don't get us started talking again.
Itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next? Great! Goodbye, ma'am! Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
I hope not, witch from medieval, but whatever.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Go happy he has to do his job.
Safe travels. Goodbye.
I swear to God, if I go into this cutscene and there is another old person talking, I will skip all their dialogue. I am not afraid to do so. That has already happened in Yoimiya's thing, and I hated doing so. But Inazuma, for some reason, they cram about a good 3 years worth of dialogue into a single, segment. There has been probably 3 times as much as talking than I have done moving in this particular stream. The only thing I've really done that was quote-unquote eventful was this, a balloon hunt thing. Let me hit these trees real quick. I need some more wood anyway. Mainly from Sumeru, but I don't know why I'm hitting these. But then again, I never know. There might be an event in the future that involves Inazuma type stuff. And this must be the one. Jesus Christ. Xavier, the guy almost got me killed in one wall quest like a year ago.
But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Xavier? What are you doing here?
What, Xavier? What? That was Xavier. No, never mind.
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand? Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before.
And almost got me killed many times before doing your stupid world quest.
Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here. Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago.
I swear if it's an actual long story, I'm skipping dialogue.
I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Hey! Weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already!
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge? Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
Well, welcome back. You didn't miss anything. It's just a lot of dialogue. And I can't say I'm surprised, seeing as how it's coming from both Sumeru and Inazuma, especially the latter, because Inazuma, for me, that place is known for just long dialogue, and if the character is an older person, it's twice as long.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier!
I hit 300%, also I went first. 300% on what?
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
And hey, before, say anything else.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for. Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you.
Oh, Hero Coliseum. 300%. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, like, hitting 300% is very tough, I guess, because, it's not really randomized or anything. I mean, but the thing is, it's like, for some reason, like, I don't know what it is about the speed advantages, they always want the CPU to go first, because sometimes the CPU even has 300% in their thing. Meanwhile, your character only have one, if any at all.
No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Like, they try everything they can to try to carry the CPU, which is exactly why in that particular mode, like sometimes I'm counting on going first, because my characters actually have a power boost and sometimes a defense boost if they're second, which is what I use in order to take down the other team. Especially with like Goku Black, who, of course, when he gets hit, gets a speed boost and a power boost. So as long as I'm doing that, he can become one of the most powerful players in the match. So you like Gamma 1? Yeah, Gamma 1 I haven't played as yet. Straight up bulleted Jotun that one. Oh, my survivor team bodies Spopovich again. Breaker's freaking Spopovich just can't catch a break, huh? Apparently it's not his year either.
Let me try my blade.
Why here, Samurai? Why? How the heck did you get behind me?
No,
No. shoot, wrong weapon. But you know what?
Freeze to the core.
What do I do with this one?
Rack and ruin. More speed.
Sorry, you missed. Just fight back. Yeah, freaking that's Popovich. He gonna have his head like he's gonna be the butt of every joke when it comes to breakers. Because I remember, like, even with my brother that would talk about it, like he now understands, kind of like the meme kind of when people are asked during sessions like to give one positive thing, or like say one positive thing about the person like in front of you. You can't do that with Popovich around, because there's nothing positive to say about him. Please, dang. Anytime you see a Sunsetti underwater, yeah, I'm suspicious about that one. Even if Vidal says he's on Survivor Team 2, well, I'm hoping it was a female. I say that because the last time somebody was Vidal, it was a dude.
A reward on the road.
Hey, yeah, a whole 2 chunks. So if you, okay, good. Sorry, it's a bit jarring to me when I see a bunch of dudes in Vidal's clothing. See, Breakers proves why males can't equip certain outfits in Xenoverse. Because I already said this in the past. Like a male version of 18 with the clothes, I understand. You know, the vest, tights, boots, I understand that. But with Vidal, that's completely different. It's already bad enough that males can already wear like Bulma's outfit and everything. Next you're gonna tell me it's gonna be a male version of that one girl from BoJack's crew. Which I'm hoping never happens. Won't be pointing at us, is rude. I'm like, hey, it's them pointing and whatever.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still
Hold on, let me see if
looking
there's
for more
anything else I
info
missed.
about Tatara Suna, huh? Should we join them?
Okay, everything's up. Oh, okay, everything is already read.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh? Oh, of course.
Oh, I am not about to read all this. Nope.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Haha, you saw it wrong, didn't you? Not happening. I'm not reading all that.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
You really... Hold on. First off, let me rewind about a good 20 seconds. This game really thought that I was going to read all that text, remember all of it, and then look for that particular thing again to see if there's any changes in it because somebody wanted to go to the past and change their history. Not happening.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow, so many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that Harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
No, thinking of it now, Spopovich. He might need a little bit of a redemption arc. So, maybe in the future I might play as the Spopovich Raider again. No, not Boo. I'm not going past Spopovich phase. I might just do that. So basically I have to just find everybody early. That's pretty much it. Make sure nobody gets any of the Dragon Balls. Because Spopovich versus a level 4 survivor is literally the equivalent of you trying to fight third form Frieza as level 1.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that
And
doesn't mean I can't carry
no,
on
I'm not
with
gonna say
my novel.
fourth form because you can get around his disc as long as you're good at dodging. Third form Frieza is way different. Believe me.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
That Bo's gonna take any lunch money today? I guess not. And from the sounds of it, after all of his nurse, I don't think he's taking any lunch money for the rest of the year. And people would probably ask, why does that? Perhaps he might get a buff in the future. Here's what's gonna happen in the future. Nobody's gonna pick him because Grade 8 Vegeta's gonna be there. Rose Goku Black's gonna likely make an appearance. There might be a GT villain that's gonna show up in there. Nobody's gonna want to pick Spopovich after that. Like, imagine picking Spopovich over a Shenron.
Nahida, we're here.
Or over Goku Black. Can you imagine if somebody said they would much rather pick Spopovich over Goku Black? You would think that they're out of their mind.
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
So basically, if I'm going to get this particular challenge done with Spopovich, if I do a challenge, I would have to do so before Grade 8 Vegeta comes out. That's when a lot of stuff is going to get patched, and that's the last time Spopovich has any shred of relevancy in this game.
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name. You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me? Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, remember, again, I'm trying to think. You wouldn't be fighting Vegeta with a scouter, would you? You wouldn't need that. The only person that have a scouter, I think, is Raditz and maybe Nappa. And now the reason why I say that is because before Vegeta fought Goku, you know, he had that as over 8,000 or over 9,000, depending on how you want to see it. He crushed his own scouter before fighting him. So I'm not sure if this version of Vegeta, before he goes Grade 8, is even going to have access to one. The only person who kept a scouter throughout most of it, I think, was And probably Raditz.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her.
But wouldn't this affect the other, like, sibling now? Like, who's just chilling in some other region right now?
So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories
And this
from
freaking,
a past that
hold
has
on,
been
the
rewritten,
phone's having an alert.
it's you.
It's like 15%. Don't charge it.
Quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that. Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. Every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the balladeer?
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
You know, I remember when I first played this game, how it actually made a little bit of sense. I don't know what this is right now. We got people traveling back to the past, and like I feel like I'm playing Xenoverse again. Like I feel like I let future Trunks go back into the past to help out future Gohan fight the androids.
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the Kabuki Mono and other
There's gonna be a
records will
5x1
have
for
been
this video
changed.
soon.
But I
I'm looking forward to watching it.
in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
Probably the most convenient thing in this game.
And sending the Traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night.
I feel like I should probably make this a
treated
particular
it as
post
one of their
in
own.
the future. Mainly involving like what kind of video of yours you would want to see, pretty much like
Once in a while, the
go.
monster
I
would
won't say
take off
viral,
its
but you know,
fox
have
fur
like
at night
a lot of views.
and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water.
Because I know a lot of people take a lot of times to make videos, but it doesn't get the credit that it deserves because I guess it's not in like YouTube's algorithm, or people just have other videos that quote unquote interest others, mainly because they want to see themselves in the video.
But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice.
Wait, hold on. I am still playing Genshin right now, aren't I?
A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin."
The gray fox is above me, but
the kitten lived.
the other gray fox that you might be thinking of is Metal Gear Solid.
And found a little bird
That's
who
one
had
of
a
the
broken wing.
bosses you fight in Metal Gear 2, Snake's Revenge, and Metal Gear Solid. That might be what you might be thinking, but I don't know if you ever played Metal Gear Solid before.
But the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain.
Solid. Okay.
The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed. Let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion.
So let alone you're playing freaking 40 or 5D chess with all this stuff. Everybody in Sumeru is doing this. And speaking of, the one character who already did a, what I think was like Al Haytham, he's coming out in like, how long? Like a week from now? 2 weeks?
Paimon has no memory of him at all.
No, it was...
He completely vanished like a puff
yeah,
of
it's around like
smoke.
8-9 days that he's coming out.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth, and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Mihida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
It's always food with you, Paimon. Jesus Christ.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it. Come on, Traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
That's another, what, 5 Premier Gems? Oh, no, not much. It's actually 2 right here. Okay, so that's that. Which puts me at how many Premier Gems now? 10,543. Which means I have how many wishes? $65. I need an additional 25 more if I'm going to be able to do this. Now, granted, when I'm wishing for the character in the future, I will be able to get more wishes through wishing, because you know I have enough points and stuff. But I need to make sure that I have more than enough, because it's very likely that I'm going to want the weapon too, based on what it buffs. If that's not the case, then I'll probably go for Yule's weapon in the future. But I do want either one of the two.
There's a few things I'd like to look into. You should go take a walk and try to unwind.
But yeah, looking at the kind of gameplay Metal Gear Solid pretty much. All Metal Gear Solid pretty much is, even how Kojima himself explained it, it was pretty much political espionage. It's pretty much what it is. There's a lot of games, a lot of spin-offs. And then there's the dreaded Metal Gear Survive. I don't talk about that though. And no, I didn't play it. I see enough gameplay videos on it to know not to play it. It's literally the equivalent of telling somebody to turn right on the road and they blatantly turn the other direction, messing everything up. See here, the Grey Fox in Oblivion is one of the most well-known thieves and wanted in all of Tamriel. Have I played that game before, Oblivion? If I have, it must have been years. And if I did, it wasn't my own copy, it must have been a friend's. But I have to remember whether or not I played that game or not. Like it's like again, there's a lot of stuff I've played, and there's a lot of stuff I haven't. But that one in particular is like I would have to think. But if I can't remember, it's very likely that I probably didn't play it, or just didn't play too much of it. Okay, texting you up again.
We're here! What should we eat first?
About the whole fighter maker thing, I've seen videos where people, including Maximilian Dude, messed around and made hilarious animations. Again, like I said previously in the stream, it literally reminds me of those old WWF games where you could create your own animations for taunting, fighting stances, sometimes even like moves. But as for Fighter Maker, again, I will look into it more. I do, but that one thing where I saw Sawada doing what he did, now I'm more interested in seeing more Fighter Maker stuff because that was just completely. I can't even say what like it was just rushed, and I could tell it was too. Like there was supposed to be some, like there was supposed to be an extra animation for it, but I guess I just forgot. And this is also back when there weren't updates for games. They actually had to make a whole new game and implemented different changes. That's what Street Fighter 2 went through, which pretty much is that game is pretty much Street Fighter 2, only with the characters from the movie. I've even made hilarious animations, and here comes the page. Those good times, yeah, that best. Like I remember making animations for, I think the taunting in WWF SmackDown Just Bring It. In WWF, well, no, I think it was WWE SmackDown Shut Your Mouth, the one that had Triple H and all on the cover. That one I messed around more so with fighting stances and something else more. Here Comes the Pain. I think that one was I think I messed around with all of them, but that was back when I actually played a lot of wrestling games heavily. I don't really do as much anymore. Like maybe it may have maybe I kind of had a falling out with WWE since I think the 2K games. Like you know WWE like 2K. I guess after like those were made, I just stopped playing them for a while.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what? Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
So, crane stance and sliding with one leg while standing, for example. That's just weird. Looks like a glitch. But then again, like, it was more gimmick and everything. And you know, like, I remember back then when you could choose to, I guess, what was it? Like you could choose to like pre-made animations as well. I was kind of hoping that these WWE games now, I was hoping that it would kind of go back to like that sense of that like with like creating certain like taunts or moves and everything, but they make it more fluid than what it was because you'll be able to because people create people like Dragon Ball Z characters or Mortal Kombat characters, DC characters, Street Fighter, so on and so forth. I know they want to make them as accurate as possible rather than just standing there. There was also running animations too. That was just funny too, like running, taunting, walking animations, standing. Like, there was a lot that you could actually edit back in like the PlayStation 2 wrestling games. One of the games I actually wanted to create stuff in, but you really couldn't. Well, animation-wise, I think was the Fire Pro Wrestling series. But again, I've only played one of them. That was Fire Pro Wrestling Returns on the PlayStation 2. I don't know if the other ones include stuff like that.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
No, I'm still processing all this WWE stuff, Paimon.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? The work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss.
Wait, where's the someone with that?
I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop.
A whole different person.
I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
Well, that literally sounds like my YouTube channel. I don't get paid for it, and I'm usually here.
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now? Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
I've got great food and great drinks that everyone can enjoy.
I don't want to go in that water and embarrassingly drown when no enemies are around. Oh, that would be something to remember if that happened. Okay. But yeah, like I'm gonna look at those, the fighter maker stuff. I'll look a Maximilian dude and stuff.
Yeah, this'll do.
Speaking of looking up stuff, I'm not sure if I told you this, but that one playthrough, that Mugen playthrough that MG Star did, like, yeah, I watched all of it, including like some other one. Yeah, like Bear Sub-Zero and Pantherky, all of them, yeah, I watched those. I also watched, I think it was like, I guess like him raging at, like Mortal Kombat Deception in the chess mode.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsettias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Fighter Maker on its own has brought many animations from Tekken, Virtua Fighter, and Dead or Alive. I said, like, Tekken and Virtual Fighter, I understand with them incorporating like actual martial arts and stuff. Dead or Alive, I mean, Dead or Alive they do as well, especially like Dead or Alive 5 with MMA and Taekwondo. But back then, it was just more so based on ninja-like techniques and wrestling moves from characters like Leon and Bass.
Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back. Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
So, let me get this straight, Wanderer. Or Skirmish. So you noticed us behind you when you were talking to your boss, but you didn't, but you spaced out when that guy took the two Sensidious. Alright. Let's see here. Mishima Wind God Fist, some of Akira's moves, and King Stows, and King Stows, and I'm guessing like Enziguris or something? Is that what you mean? Or axe kicks?
Have we met before?
Man, Lily been up in brainwashed.
No, we haven't met. But you know me? I have no recollection.
Are you absolutely sure?
The multiple low kicks kings. Oh, that one. Those are ankle kicks that he does that everybody spams. There's always 3 kicks and 2 like the spinning punch.
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important. Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Yeah, I was just about to ask that. I think I need to do that.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
This is more so volunteer work than an actual job then.
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Then let's return to the city.
Let's see here. Even one of the characters' fighting stances mostly resembles that of Bison's. I'm guessing when he's doing that one thing with his hand. Like the last time he had that particular fighting stance was in like Street Fighter 4. He kind of switched it in Street Fighter 5 to just crossing his arms. No, I don't want to talk to this person. Hello, what can I do for you? Nothing. Yeah. Speaking of Street Fighter 4, I'm just thinking to myself, is there another challenge that I could do in the future that could be streamed? The hardest one was the low kick, low punch one. Or light punch. I was thinking, like, is there anything else I could do?
I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
I just gotta find a way to challenge myself that's actually doable.
Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world. Like you had nowhere to be, and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right?
Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put
Are
me
there
out
any
even
taunt
slightly.
attacks in
You don't owe me a
Ultra
thing
Street
for
Fighter
it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable.
4?
You know, you should go live your life.
I had to think if Dudley's actually hit you in that game. I remember his, because I remember that some people's taunts actually did hit you in the past. Like, I remember, Sakura's point hurt you. I remember Dudley's rose hurt you, and Sean's basketball hurt you. But those are in like Street Fighter Alpha and Street Fighter 3. I don't know if there's anything that hurt you in Street Fighter 4. Cause I was talking to my brother, I said one thing I could do is like an all focus attack run, but I don't know. If I'm fighting a character like Adon or Dan, that's dang near impossible. Cause all they do is just spam certain moves that break focus armor.
But I don't... No, you're right.
The other thing that actually could be done is nothing but an ultra attack run. The only way to do that is pretty much using focus attacks to absorb damage to gain the meter. Though that one will probably take a while too.
Then I suppose this is where
Or
we
maybe
say
I can just do
goodbye.
focus attacks and
Thank you again for
like
taking me into the
like
city.
ultras or something. I don't know. One of two things.
Don't mention it, kiddo.
Only like two ways
I've
to
run
hurt
into
somebody.
all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you.
And that was more of a high risk than anything because if you miss the ultra, then you have to get on it back all over again without getting hit.
All right, done.
Besides, taunts do so
We can
little
go now.
damage, it would be incredibly impossible to even beat them, unless of course unless you reduce the game clock. Try the hardest difficulty, but you finish Sephiroth in second. Wait. The hardest difficulty, but you finish Sephiroth in the second to last round with a taunt attack. So whose taunts actually are able to hurt Seth? I would have to think. Yeah, like I would actually need to see if there are any taunt animations that can actually hurt the opponent. The only other person who does an excessive taunt that doesn't hurt anybody is Dan. That's literally his super. It's literally just a taunt that he can cancel to his ultra. Excuse me. The other thing you could probably do is like an all grab run. Whether it, see here, if there are any taunt attacks that do damage, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if there is one. I literally have to think about everybody's taunts in that game, and then to do that, I would have to go through pretty much like YouTube. I would need to check which ones are able to do that, and then I would need to actually keep selecting that character over and over again in verses so I can get all their costumes. Because remember, in Super Street Fighter 4 and upwards, instead of doing survival mode or time attack to get costumes and taunts, you have to just keep playing as the character. So, if there isn't a way to do that, then it has to be another way I can hit the opponent. The other thing there also could be done is like a just super attacks run, which is actually probably less strenuous than the other challenges I did, because again, the light attack challenge is probably the hardest Street Fighter challenge I've done so far. Which is exactly why in that channel trailer I put Gala in there, and like pretty much around the end is one of the Street Fighter 4 thing where he's just walking. I put him in there because I used him for that run, and he deserves a little bit of credit.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called previous incarnation.
Let's see here. If I had the game, I'd do a grabs only one with Cammy. It'd be fun taking Suplex City on a roller coaster. That one would be tough. Here's why I say that. Not because of the people like T-Hawk, which by the way still gives me freaking excited this freaking day. But Cammy's rivals in Street Fighter 4, the first one was Chris the Viper, the next one is Jury. I'm trying to think about how I'll be able to get close to them and grab them. Because Chris the Viper likes to spam that electric punch upwards and hit you again while you're in the air. As for Jury, she just likes to just spam that one little purple kick or whatever. So I have to find a way to get close. But yeah, I could probably do a maybe a wrestling challenge with her. I can probably do her Ultra 2 and grabs only. Because again, like her CQC or Chemi quick combination in that game, it can only counter like melee attacks and stuff like that. If someone throws a fireball, it's pretty much pointless, so it's like a wasted ultra. So that could probably beat something in the future. I could probably do something like that. It'd be tough, yeah, especially trying to only grab the opponent, especially with some of the opponents that I'm able to come across. Because last time I did that light attack run, and the first person I fought was Cody, and that was annoying. Either her or Zinga with the rest of those he has. Yeah, he has plenty, and they do massive damage.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
That actually, hold on. I would actually have to check. I would have to very soon go back into the Ultra Street Fighter 4, and I need to see if Light Punch and Light Kick are actually an input that you can put in the controller thing. So this way I don't mess up and hit him with something else. So I have to press something like, say, L1 to do a grab each and every single time so I don't mess up. Again, it could be doable, as long as it's an input.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
Yes, he was a puppet with a god complex. That's what he was.
Oh, okay.
Or also Hugo or T-Hawk. Hugo, that man could just eat through ultimates. Yeah, I already saw that. That's all Max Billion could do. As for T-Hawk, I don't know.
You want to tell me?
Like T-Hawk, I can't see myself picking him after that Light Punch Light Kick run.
Most wonderful existence in
like
my previous incarnation.
Like he's kind of like why I hated Kotal Khan in Mortal Kombat 11 for all the spamming he was doing.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear, but I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you.
You mastered the art of chilling you angry to straight. Oh, no, I didn't channel nothing. I was just straight angry the whole time because I was getting frustrated trying to hit this dude. I had to somehow hope that he was a certain Ultra, and I had to take many factors into fighting him.
You drifted from place to place.
Because I already said during that playthrough that if I had picked anybody else with all of my tools, like Ryu or Jury, I would have easily beat him.
Missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
Well, that messed T-Hawk. Yeah, I can't
gave
pick
everything
him.
I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time. A chain of cause and effect. A cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
Oh, really?
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
Yeah, and they teased the fact that he was going to be an enemy 2 years ago when he was talking to Mona, and then we had to fight him about a good like 2 years later.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything! What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself.
No, you don't.
I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
There's, is there another challenge I could do? Like, I would either have to write something down or make a community post on it, but I would have to think a lot on the Street Fighter 4 one. The other games I really can't do. Street Fighter 3, I'm not really sure. And then as for a game like any Street Fighter Alpha game or below, like Street Fighter 2, I can't play. Not because I can't, but because I mentally won't. Those games stress me out. Art of Fighting stressed me out as well. 3 didn't really stress me out that much. 1 and 2, yeah, they caused me, as this game said, like mental anguish. That was me playing Art of Fighting and any Street Fighter Alpha game on hardest difficulty.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
It's time to get ready.
Alright, let's do this. I'm guessing this is a trial run for him. This character that I actually did want, but Because here's the thing, this character right here, Wanderer, or Scaramouche, or whatever you want to call him, I actually was going to pull for him, but they hadn't come out yet. That's all I'm waiting on, for her to come out, so I can get the temples, sorry, not temples, so I can, yeah, pretty much so I can wish for her. I was hoping that she would come a little sooner. Unfortunately, that's not the case.
This looks like Inazuma.
Everyone in Art of Fighting 2 suffers from SK Ball Syndrome even on easy difficulty, which is unfortunate because, yeah, I'm pretty sure I said it to you before. Even if I didn't, then, in case you remember, I did play Art of Fighting 2 on the easiest difficulty, and there was literally no difference. I felt like I was being pranked. I must not have, like someone told me I must have hit the wrong difficulty or something, or maybe my finger must have slipped at like the last frame, but there was no difference between easy and normal, which makes me better to question how hard is the hard difficulty. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to, like, at the event I were to see, it would likely be streamed, and I wouldn't be able to finish the game. Because and the worst part is, one of the trophies is beating, like, Art of Fighting 1 or Art of Fighting 2 or 3, you know, vice versa, without using a single continue. Art of Fighting 1, though annoying, it is doable as long as you charge, like, your moves, like, you know, as long as you constantly charge to do supers, which, of course, I didn't really know how to do until later. You actually had to hold the button down for like a second and a half to 2 seconds. It wasn't immediate. I didn't know that. I was being impatient with it. Art of Fighting 2 is impossible. Art of Fighting 3 is definitely doable, because that game was much easier than the first two. I wanted to finish it with Yuri because I've never beaten any game with her, and that was her only playable appearance in Art of Fighting game. I would say I do it on your behalf, but that game causes me mental stress by a lot. When I'm mentally prepared, I'll probably go back to that game, but not to fight geese, because again, fighting geese requires me to actually win without losing any rounds. And in a game like that, it's designed to cheat you. I've already done a whole playthrough of that game. I remember that I remember very well that I didn't even put an outro on it, meaning it was probably one of the worst things I played. Because I remember saying I hated playing that game. I remember that.
Right now, you're in a
For
dream
for some reason, my brother plays it every so often. Like, that's not going to cause him any mental stress either. I keep telling him, you keep doing that, you could wind up eating your whole day away because of how stressful the game is. The only person, like he actually has beaten the game. He took probably as much tries as I did, if not slightly less. Only because when I first played it, I didn't know the difference between light punches and heavy punches. You had to hold the button down or just press the button down. When he played it, he played as what's his name? Or Wannabe Guile, him.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do
Yeah,
this
John
for me.
Crawley, yeah, him.
I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like...
But yeah, John annoyed me in both games, Art of Fighting 1 and 2, but more so 2, because 2 was literally... Why do I want to compare it to a money laundering scam? Like, why do I want to compare it to that? Because they designed that game to be so cheap that it's unbeatable. It's literally there to pretty much eat... It's pretty much there to eat your wallet. It's like gambling at a casino, but there's literally no win scenario. Because even when I looked up what MVS difficulty was for Art of Fighting in any SNK game, it pretty much said MVS is pretty much like the arcade difficulty, which is the difficulty between normal and hard. And if easy is giving me, and if easy is giving anybody a rough time in Art of Fighting 2, then MVS difficulty is definitely going to pretty much eat away all your like you're not gonna be able to beat it. Like it's just that simple.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners?
I actually wouldn't mind seeing him in a King of Fighters game, but with major improvements. But here's the thing, if I see John Crawley in any King of Fighters game, I will pick Goro and I'm going to throw him across the map. I do not care. And at the unlikely event he goes down, Terry Bogard's coming in and he's going to whoop his behind.
No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved too. No mining crew would be capable
Wallet is already
of this.
dead. The Art of Fighting 2 arcade machine. Yep.
There's someone passed out on the ground.
Because remember, like, when you and I played it, like, we play it on, like, you know, the PlayStation. We have unlimited continues. And even then, like, it's just, like, it's almost impossible. Cause I even told my brother, like I said, with every, cause I told my brother, with every loss, consider that 25 cents that you put into the arcade machine. Like it was a lot of money afterwards.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichio's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
You know what? That should have been a list I could probably make. I could probably do that, like, again, you know what, I actually might do that after this particular stream or during the stream. It's going to be, what is the cheapest arcade game you ever played? Because now I'm thinking about Street Fighter 1, I'm thinking about Art of Fighting.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original
You
version
know
of
what, you know, hold on.
Katsuragi
I'm gonna let this thing autoplay while I type
was
this thing in.
Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Okay, so I made the pose. It is, what is the cheapest arcade game you ever played? Now, you can include any other port, but I also include those like fighting games, rail shooting games, so on and so forth, as long as it's an arcade game. So take as much time as you need on that. For now, I gotta find where to go, which is right around here. Oh, treasure. Perfect.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
It's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Well, it gave me 0 time to react on that one, but whatever. See here. I would say Art of Fighting 2, Street Fighter 2, especially Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. And Mortal Kombat 2 basically kind of like I said, the hardest AI. Of those games, I would say, let's see here. Art of Fighting 2, yeah, that would be cheap. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, yeah, that would probably be cheap. I would say, though Mortal Kombat 2 is incredibly cheap, I would say Mortal Kombat 3 is even cheaper because they actually can do because they can do like actual combos. They kind of input read you, like especially if you like try to jump at them, they just do a jump kick and I'll prioritize you no matter what you do. And I can't say any Tekken game. Tekken never really been cheap for me like that.
What are we doing back here?
Because even when I played Tekken 4 in the arcade years ago, I actually managed to make it to like stage like 6 or 7. I forget which one, but I remember I picked either like Paul or something like that. I think I lost to Marduk or something. But I made it far in the arcade on that one. But yeah, Art of Fighting 2, yeah, I wouldn't be able to pass the first stage. Mortal Kombat 3, I'd probably lose to someone like Shiva or something. I don't know. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Yeah, I would say base Street Fighter 2 and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Street Fighter 1 isn't even playable. I barely consider that an actual video game. Like I feel like that's actually a prank someone pulled.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was
I
abandoned.
wonder how the AI
like
Shiva
you.
will fare against the human
I
cabal,
lived here
because
for a
that
while
match
at
is supposed to
first,
be
but
winnable for Shiva.
There's nothing for us here.
You're talking about for...
We can't stay.
You're talking about Mortal Kombat 3, right? Because I remember that the cabal is dang near unbeatable even in Mortal Kombat 9, where he just does like a half jump into back square, which is the little projectile he does. He will just loop that over and over, so you can't get near him unless you're someone like Smoke. But yeah, Mortal Kombat 3 is like, I actually want to say something like that. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, maybe Vanilla Mortal Kombat 3. The only person you're not beating on your first try in Mortal Kombat 3, no, not Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. The person you're not beating on the first try is Jade. Jade will Jade has a vendetta against your wallet, similar to the way that Takuma does in Art of Fighting 2. Not even Art of Fighting 1, Art of Fighting 2.
I heard my mom and dad used to make swords.
Him and freaking what's his face? What's his name? Mike. Mike, whatever his name is, the guy that always ran from me the whole time I was fighting him. Man was afraid to throw hands with Takuma. Sitting there doing freaking I watched that video again with me playing an arcade, like just to quote unquote reminisce on how great the game was. And while I was getting damaged while Mike was sitting there winding up the punch. Not even the actual punch itself.
He kept coughing all the time.
But yeah, just
like
base Mortal Kombat 3. Who gave me the hardest time? Yo, hold on, let me auto play this thing.
But you can't. You promised me.
I had to remember who gave me the hardest time. Oh yeah, it was Liu Kang.
This child
Liu Kang for
didn't
sure.
have a name. Or rather,
Our number one, yeah, him, Mickey
didn't
Rogers.
know what to call him. His father died before he could name him.
You know what's funny? Hold
After
on.
his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him.
Okay, so he said I'm number one in Art of Fighting 1 like a normal person would. In Art of Fighting 2, he sounds like a cartoon character when he says it. It's so exaggerated. I remember comparing him to like the first Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy, you know, the one with special needs. Like I compared him to him. And here's the thing. I can't give him a compliment. I can't, because that's not gonna happen. But overall, I would much prefer his voice in Art of Fighting 2 than 1, because in Art of Fighting 1, it sounded like he was hitting on me the whole fight at 4 in the morning when I was fighting him. As for Art of Fighting 2, he just sounds like a dork when he shows off his moves.
After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
Oh, and by the way, freaking Mickey Rogers, I'm never picking him. The only time I will see his ending is if I look it up on YouTube. And even then, it's probably not even going to warrant my attention. I'm probably not even going to like it. It won't gain me a point with him in any mutual standing. I'm always going to hate that character. Because in the first one, all he did was improve, and the second one, he ran away from me.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still
And at the unlikely event he decides to grow a pair and actually join a King of Fighters tournament, I'm gonna body him with every character I pick. Monster Light is going to wind up either being Terry Bogard or Kyo, or it's gonna be Takuma. It's gonna be one of those three that he's gonna meet.
Hey, what's wrong?
Let's see here. I'm gonna head out, have a good rest of the stream. It'll probably be over by the time I come back. Well, it's very likely, because again, I'm on this particular story and that event I've already done, and I'm probably going to call it. After that, I could probably go over to Share Factory and edit the Breakers stuff, which is like 2 things I need to edit.
You promised me we could be family!
Hey, calm down, man. I was reading the comments.
You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too.
Sitting there reading comments about a good old time in the stream, the person's all depressed.
Gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Alright, is there any treasure chest over here? Doesn't seem to be. Oh, again, we thought it was gonna get me doing it, didn't it? So these are just different memories that he has, I guess.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Looks like I went too far.
I think over there. I don't need to go over there because I see a treasure over here. Yep. Bingo. As long as I keep getting these particular treasure chests, I should be set. I mean, yeah, they're all common chests, but they're better than nothing. Oh yeah, this room. Yeah, where the traveler passed out. Yeah.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Not only do you sound so sarcastic, but don't I fold the both of you each and every week that I play this game? Especially her over there. No, especially him over the right. I get more challenges off doing the damage runs.
What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
And unfortunately, she did both, because that's exactly what got her killed when she fought the Traveler, lost, and then she tried to swing on freaking Raiden Shogun and died.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never failed to find ways to complicate things.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest, and stop pretending like you're above everyone else.
Sorry, I was trying to make a decent pot and kettle joke with her.
Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
So look at you, already getting cocky.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Bring it on.
Look at that, and I get my burst back. Hold on. Okay.
Looks like we have arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
Oh, here we go. Alright. Any treasure chests around here? Or never mind, just go back, I guess. Nothing over there for me to get. Because even if they branched over there, I'll probably just send me back over here and I'll probably lose all my energy. Which is something I can't afford if I'm fighting nothing but the Fatui.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass. Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self. I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I've brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
Something else. Does that mean I gotta pull this boss? Yeah, I do gotta pull this boss again. Oh, let's see this time.
This is trying my patience.
Fortunately, they've been whooping this boss so many times.
Feeble human! Behold!
At my command, you shall fall.
Behold! Perish!
Quit following me.
Feeble human!
The wind rises.
My endless cycle begins!
Too slow.
Insignificant pest!
Too slow.
Churn! Behold! Insignificant pest! Cry louder!
Squall and fury.
Perish!
At my command, you shall fall.
I didn't mean to push that.
Feeble human!
Too slow.
Yep. I probably should have got this character.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
We? I didn't do nothing. I'm about to say like it was all him.
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
I never did get to say hey to you, Sophia. So I apologize. But hey.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am. You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
No treasures or anything over here? Yeah, I guess not. There might be one outside or something. But yeah, like, he's the only person that I... no, never mind. Like, fighting a boss, like fighting a weekly boss alone, there's only one of the characters that's done that. I think that was... Riding Shogun. Not even Zhongli did that, and neither did Nahida, and neither did Shenhe.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
Well, this actually wouldn't have been as long if I had just put autoplay and everything. I was mostly talking a lot in the chat.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it. After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the 6th is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it. Oh right, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well. I will try.
Traveler. After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma? So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
I am sure you do, Paimon.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
Well, actually I will be seeing a lot of you when I go to other people's worlds and when everybody else has you and I don't. Because I wanted to wish for you, but there's a couple more things I want, just that much more. But when he does make a rerun, I will be coming back for this character.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
No! Paimon only does nicknames! If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
Oh, what? There's a limit on the number of times you can rename this character. Why on earth do I gotta... Alright. Alright, let me think. Based on everything that's happened in this particular story. Void.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. And another thing, you remind me of that villain in freaking Sonic Shuffle, so yes. Void.
Oh, alright. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
How about that, like in Plus? Oh, it's almost emptiness and everything. It's also white in the Void. It didn't take too much thought.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
There's your nickname.
Still thinking. Stop rushing me!
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one. Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
I'm just wondering what kind of names people came up with for this particular story. Like, I actually have to look that up.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
Why does it keep duplicating? Like, I do notice.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
It's like the edgiest, most emo character in this game right now.
No nonsense. I like it. Alright, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant.
Give it a second.
He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened...
Because believe me, I'm not restarting this entire thing over again. Because last time I let somebody join the world or whatever, mid cutscene, I had to restart the whole thing. And I had to just skip over everything.
Go eat? Paimon is starving.
Is that all you get out of all these conversations? Paimon just eating?
I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Jesus Christ, all she thinks about is just eating. No matter what kind of situation it is. Well, I was about to say that freaking Wander over here had to literally fight that particular weekly boss with no elemental reactions. Just straight animo. Well, so like fortunately I fought that boss enough times to know his like particular like fight strategies and everything. And then, now there were a couple of times I accidentally hit R2 twice and he fell down, but other than that, the boss stuff isn't too
end my
hard.
novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking.
Hey, calm down a bit.
All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Christ, there's more? I should probably just teleport over there. Something tells me I'm able to teleport there. Yeah. Whew, this head's sticking a little bit. It's a good thing I'm streaming this now rather than later, because again, I want to get this story done before the next update comes along, which, if memory serves me correctly, is about less than 10 days from now. So I need to make sure I have everything done I can't speak, before then.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back. Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? Like, Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
No, that was you who bumped into it.
You sound lost and confused. I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voices disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff? Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
What? Maybe get someone else to clean it up. No, never mind.
It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
Like, throughout the entire time she was talking about that we'd be right back and I was flying, we could clean this up to ourselves easily. Oh, it's all 60 Prima gems. That's nice. Very nice, actually. It's actually way more than what I was expecting. So where is this anyway? Oh. That's for, yeah, that's for skirmish, whatever. Okay. That's even more. And now to check one more thing. Okay, I thought that Wanderer here has his own particular chapter. It's just a random Archon quest. Do any other characters I have to test for? I'll do those off stream. I feel like I can end it in that particular story, like cutscene. So, with that, that concludes this one. This is a bit longer than I had anticipated to be. I thought the stream would probably be about 2.5 to 3 hours, depending on how fast I did it. But, you know, I had pretty lengthy conversation about some other stuff as well, which are always entertaining. At the event I do stream again, it is very likely going to be Xenoverse 2 because of the Topo raid. If not, then it's probably just going to be Breakers again. I'll probably get chased around by, like, Cell or something. I haven't really seen Boo lately because everybody realized that Spopovich got nerfed. So it's likely I'm going to see Cell. But again, before I get too distracted on that, thank you for watching. Whether you watch this in the future or you're watching the stream earlier. And I will see you guys in the next one.